Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. Sounds good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. Today, we're going to pick up where we left off with Odin last week. Because, yeah, a little strange. My OBS locked up in a strange manner where it looked like it was still streaming, but Twitch was not receiving the stream, so the Twitch cut short before you could see the end of day 1 of Advent of Code. So we are going to continue with some Advent of Code and Odin stuff. That's the plan. We'll give Odin another day. I do need to write down some initial impressions from Zig. That's a thing I need to do, so let's see, I have a notes in Odin, so let's get a notes in Zig. The documentation, I don't, let's go find the Zig page again. Let's see, where are we? It's Zigling dot whatever. Yeah, so let's put that there. If I were to share the browser, this is what I was looking at, which full overview. Maybe in my Hey, G Finelli. We're looking back at our Zig real quick to write up some notes. We didn't write notes when we started the Zig thing, so we're gonna write up a few notes. How goes the Odin? The Odin I liked in some ways. We're gonna take a brief moment and go review my Zig experience. And we'll probably do more Zig later. Give it a bit more of a shake, but we'll continue with some Odin today. The Odin it feels to me better than Zig, but like I haven't got a couple hours in each one, so it's not it's a little too early to give it a score yet. But we're just reviewing some Zig. Odin is also cool. Just didn't like their package management installation at all. I struggled with their installation more than I should have. Zig, I unzipped it and it just ran. It was beautiful. Odin, I had to install Visual Studio stuff back. Yeah, wasn't a huge fan. Okay, the documentation's not as bad as I remember. There's lots of sample code. Yeah, so maybe we give it more kudos than my memory gave it. Did you get a Jai invite yet? Nope. Another round of emails went out yesterday? No, I haven't. Let's see. Let me double check. I did not. Oh, let's see here. Let me turn this one off. Yeah. I don't see any. I don't think I got an invite, so maybe I need to. Oh, Zig also has Ziglings. Yep. So I guess, yeah, maybe that's my problem. I did not get a Jai invite yet, so we're going to do Zig for a couple of days. We've done one day of Zig. We're going to do Odin for a couple of days. This will be day 2 of Odin. We're going to try Nim. And yeah, I don't know if Jai will show up in my box or not. He's been working hard on that compiler the last few days on Twitch, though. Actual Zig docs? Aha. Bookmarking. Here we go. Let me add that to my notes for the interested parties. Yes, good to get good links. Documentation. Hello world, comments. You released 3 versions in 2 days. Yeah. It's been grinding on it pretty hard. Pretty hard. Comments, doc comments. Okay, this actually looks a lot better. Values. This is what I want to see. When you learn a language, your first question is, what are my primitive types? How do I combine them? How do I do things with them? So how do I declare a function, basically? You get those things in. Assignment. Okay, this is better documentation. Okay, so we're going to give their documentation a bit better. That's probably a 7 out of 10. Plenty of code snippets. Better overview in the actual documentation master. Okay, so we give them kudos for that. Let's see. On Odin, we noted installation execution. 10 out of 10. Zig, dead easy. Technically, Odin installation was dead easy as well. But hello world. I've got a comment or two on the YouTube upload of this Odin video. 10 out of 10. It just compiled and ran as unzipped. No muss, no fuss. Kudos, kudos. Yeah, so there were 2 different sets of instructions on Odin to install. One of them was you have to install Visual Studio and do all this other stuff. There's also a script for a minimal Visual Studio and dependencies update install, which is what I actually ended up using. And then I had to untangle the variables and settings from here down to here. Anyway, it's a little bit of a weird setup. And granted, I'm running MingW environments, MSys, bash shells in Windows, so maybe it's mostly my problem. Still, I don't like having dependency on Visual Studio. Emacs mode, Odin, primo, it works great. Let me update the, let me see. Hello world, yeah, so Emacs mode. Question mark out of 10. Copied the file and tried to load. Zig mode. But it has dependencies. I don't like my major modes to have dependencies in Emacs. I like to just drop my file and go. So, did not further pursue at this time. We'll revisit when we revisit Zig again in a day or 2. Let's see here. Advent of code. So we were doing for Zig. Oh, come on. I got a new keyboard. I still haven't got the muscle memory trained in yet. Advent of code, we were doing 2020 for Zig. We made it through day 3. On the first day of Zig. So basically, I wanted to capture some of these notes before I forgot my Zig experience. Only major issue is the inability to nicely parse text by line due to the built-in functions not handling Windows line endings at all. That's the character turn new line. had to write our own, which it's not hard. It wasn't bad, but I shouldn't have to. That's kind of my bottom line there. Um, let's see here. Odin was a nightmare to install. It took me a while. It took me longer than it should have. Path versions, yeah. Once I got all that straightened out. Also, having to have MSVC or Clang to install it is a pretty annoying requirement. Yep. This should include in their installation of the compiler and having a version without the compiler for you to set yourself. Yeah. Yep, kind of agree, Okay, so we will revisit Zig, but we're going to continue on Odin for now. We made it through day one of Advent Code during day one of Odin. All right. No major issues. Okay, so I think that's where we left off on Friday. I did finish day one, but nobody was watching because my OBS had frozen in such a way that it looked like it was streaming, but Twitch wasn't getting the stream. So sorry if we cut you off. If we go to our main Odin, so this is the hello world, pretty straightforward. And now somebody is telling me that print line is not what I'm looking for. Printf is what I was looking for in the comments. This is why we put videos on YouTube, so people tell us the things we don't know. So that's not it. So if we go to main, Advent of Code 2019 day one, this was the solution here. We have, let's look at our inputs as well. So each module of a thing you're going to lift up into space, costs you some amount of fuel. So here's the mass of the module, and then there's an equation for how much fuel it costs. So all we did is read in the actual file, which looks more like this, and run through all of those and add them up. That's basically it. And then the second star was the fuel itself has a cost to lift and the rules around that. So we summed up both the fuel for the module as computed during phase one of the day one challenge and fuel models for phase two, which looks like these. Here's the mass for the module. And then we just basically keep feeding back in the fuel to lift the fuel itself until it reaches the rules that matter. That way, in a single loop through our file, we just have both sums. So the initial fuel needed and then the total fuel needed. So if we run that, where are we at? We're in day one. Windows SDK not found. So if we go into command, go north, it still won't work unless we run this thing for some reason. Command not found. Let's see here. Let's exit this shell. Relaunch our shell. CMD. Then we run the batch file. Now Odin run dot. There we go. So it read in 100 modules, and there's the answer to the first two phases of the 2019 Advent of Code day one. Phew. Okay. Yeah. But just overall, the Odin language, I think, is more in line with how I think of things. No, I don't know. I don't like having a special word to declare a function, like in Zig. Advent of Code day one. What did I call that? Source main. I kind of like fun function, fun procedure. Language is really nice, but their experience to get there is bad. If they fix this, it would be cool. Yeah, I may pop onto their forum and say, hey, this is a little weird. I'm running a MingW environment, and this is interesting. So maybe we'll give them some constructive feedback later. But like I said, as a language, it doesn't feel bad to use. Count some. Here's a string. Split it by lines as an iterator. We're not performance testing anything. We're just playing with the language. So maybe what we're gonna do, not maybe, this is definitely what we're gonna do. Yeah, I mean, Ginger Bill himself has said it in interviews. He's like, one of our biggest mistakes was building on top of LLVM and Visual Studio, and he has some serious regrets there. So I hope they fix it eventually, but it's hard once you get momentum to change your environment. So let's get the Mate started up. Then we'll go look at day 2 Advent of Code 2019 and try out some more Odin. Just get some time in it, right? A couple of hours here and there. Yeah, so Odin, Zig, and Nim are my 3 on my list right now. We'll do Jai if we get an invite. I did send an email on that, and we'll see if we get permission. There was also some problems with the creator of the language at some point. People were mad. I do like Zig too. For me, it's harder to work with as a high-level programmer. I don't mind things being low level. Yeah, I think I just need to spend more time with Zig. Nim is really cool, but the creator does not take feedback at all. Well, I don't know. I I have I have opinions about how languages should work and what they should provide and things. And I'm not going to tell anyone else that their opinions are wrong, but it just means I'm not going to use your language. So maybe when we go to Nim, we'll see what we think. Honestly, just having more languages to choose from is good. So and we are going to steal from every single language. Whatever looks good, we're stealing it. We're using it in ourselves. Okay, so let's go get our Advent of Code 02 main.odin. Sure, we're gonna make it. And I'm gonna go grab our Advent of Code prompt for day 2 of 2019. We're doing something old so that. Oh wow, this is a long prompt. Once we which I didn't want to do anything from this year in case people are working on it. And I really haven't done much Advent of Code either, so this is also just me playing around having fun, working on some puzzles I haven't seen before. Point is to have a project to work with. Okay, so we got a thing launched with modules and fuel. On the way to your gravity assist around the moon, your ship computer beeps angrily about a 1202 alarm. Good old 1202. Ah, that's a good reference. What I really want to work with is hacks. Well, let me go see what's hacks. The cross-platform toolkit and compiler. Oh, it targets a whole bunch of things. JavaScript, C++, C#, Java, JVM, Python, Lua, PHP, Flash. Interesting. It has its own virtual machines, HashLink and Nico VM. It can also run in interpreted mode. Huh. Okay, well, tabs open for further reading. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, hey, what about this? And he would say, no, that is not a good thing at all, and never even explain. You should explain. Although, even if you, like I'm not really a language designer, so when we get around to that, I'm sure people are gonna be like, you should put that in. And I'm going to have an intuition about it, right? As a language designer, that due to the fact that I'm not a language designer, I'll be like, I don't like that, and I'm not going to put it in, but I can't tell you why. Like, it just feels wrong, right? But even if you just said that, it'd be like, but if you had a reason, that would be even better. or think about it. Like my brain is rejecting it, but it might just mean that I need to think it through more. But yeah, I don't know. I never assume I know everything. There's too much to learn. And not enough time to do it in. So the old 1202, sorry. Sidetracked. If I remember right, that's the Apollo 11 thing, yes. Here we go. We'll use the Discover magazine link. So the other guy that worked with Nim literally quit because of the creator. Oh, yeah. It's unfortunate. Some people just have very abrasive personalities. Very abrasive personalities. Sometimes they're brilliant as well, but and there should be some allowance for the truly brilliant to be treated a little differently, right? Um, Einstein had some definite quirks. Newton had some definite quirks. But I've also just found that a lot of people who think they're brilliant and therefore act eccentric and think they can get away with it aren't nearly as brilliant as they think they are. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. I've not followed the drama around Nim. We'll have to do some poking around when we look at it tomorrow. Okay, so here we are. The elves have a 1202 alarm, which, if I remember right, let's see here. It's a 1202. What is that? Let's see. It's the Apollo guidance computer, blah, blah, blah. I've seen anything about this for a long time ago, but it's been a while. But anyways, so in our prompt, it's a reference. Yeah, if you're at the level of Einstein, I would be on my knees, but that level is not an easy level to be at. Yeah. Well, and a lot of people, like I said, they think they're at that level and they're just understood geniuses, and think that they can therefore behave that way. But okay, but we're not there. So we also got a 1202 program alarm, just like the Apollo guidance computer. Apollo 11 guidance computer on the radio, and Elf is already explaining how to handle the situation. Don't worry, that's perfectly normal. The ship bursts into flames. Oh, nice. The ship computer. You notify the elves that the computer's magic smoke seems to have escaped. That computer ran IntCode programs like the gravity assist program it was working on. Surely there are enough spare parts up there to build a new IntCodeComputer. Okay. An IntCode program is a list of integers separated by commas, like 100399. To run one, start by looking at the first integer called position 0. Here you'll find an opcode, either 1, 2, or 99. So I got 3 ops. The opcode indicates what to do. For example, 99 means the program is finished and should immediately halt. Encountering an unknown opcode means something went wrong. Opcode 1 adds together numbers read from 2 positions and stores the result in a 3rd position. The 3 integers immediately after the opcode tells you these 3 positions. The first 2 indicate the positions from which you should read the input values, and the 3rd indicates the position at which the output should be stored. Got it? For example, if your IntCodeComputer encounters 1, 10, 20, 30, it should read the values at positions 10 and 20, add those together, and overwrite the value at position 30 with their sum. Got it? Opcode 2 works exactly like opcode 1, except it multiplies the 2 inputs instead of adding them. Again, the 3 integers after the opcode indicate where the inputs and outputs are, not their values. Once you're done processing an opcode, move to the next one by moving forward 4 positions. For example, suppose you have the following program, 1, 9, 10, 3. Yep. Okay. I'm tracking. So this is one operation, and it's an add. Find the data at position 9 and 10, and add that and shove that into position 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So this will get the new value. This is a multiply of what's in position 3, so this thing, position 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, so this one, and stored into position 0, then halt the program. Positions of the two inputs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, to handle this opcode, you first need to get the values of the input positions. Add these together to get 70, store the value in the output position, which here is 3. So it overwrites itself after the program looks like that. Yep, about like we predicted. Step 4, multiply things and show that there. Yep, that's what we said. Stepping forward, former positions arrives at opcode 99, halting the program. Here are the initial and final states of the few small programs. Okay, good. We have some test programs we can run against. Once you have a working computer, the first step is to restore the gravity assist program to the 1202 program alarm state it had just before the last computer caught fire. To do this, before running the program, replace position 1 with a value 12 and replace position 2 with a value 2. What value is left at position 0 after the program halts? Okay, well, this is kind of fun. We're going to write up a mini virtual machine and run some programs. Ooh, okay, cool. All right, let's play around with this. We need to read everything into an array of integers, and we don't know how long that is. So we're going to have input small o1. I want to copy this program, their example program. We have an expected output, blah, 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 which we can talk about. This program is another one. I just need some ways to verify values. In this case, okay, I'm just trying to think of a way to write a test so I can run all these tests and have it easily checked. Input small o3.text. We need programs to run. Okay, so input small o1. Oh, we might have to get our full input as well. Input.text. I'm going to grab that off of the web page. That all goes in here. Okay, I think we know everything we need to know. All right, good to go. So what we need to do in our main, we're just going to start copying things into the other one. Main is a procedure. So we need a method. We're going to call it read program. It needs a file name, which is of type string. String, let's see here. I've already forgotten. Dum, 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 dum. Oh, we've gone that mode, have we? I have keyboard shortcuts I trigger on accident. There we go. That looks better. Okay. So what we need is, I think it's lowercase string, right? Ooh. I want this to yield an array of integers and a length. Program. This is Odin, so I need to do this backwards, right? And int length. So let's see here. How does Odin return arrays? Oh, I have too many tabs open. Okay. Odin, how to return an array. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. We'll come back to that. Slurp. Then scan for count for character C in data. If C equals comma, plus count. So if we look at input smaller 1, it has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 entries. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we have to do a count equals 1 to start with because of that last one. All right, so we're going to scan to see how many entries we have. Can I do a pointer to an int array? Odin, how to return a pointer to an array. Meanwhile, this int len is actually what we need. Length equals 1 plus length. Well, that's C++. I know how to do it in C++. I just want to know pointer to array 3. So I think I need to put parentheses around. Oh, that's C syntax. Why is Odin declaring C syntax? Okay, I'm just scanning through. I could make it a dynamic array. That's a thing, right? Odin dynamic array. Okay, so I can just declare it that way. Putting the dynamic integer array called program. For index in dot length, is that right? We'll try it. We try to do as many things as we can from memory or intuition if we can. Take our data. I don't remember how some of this works. We split by line. Do this for C in data. C equals a comma. Oh, yeah, basically just copy this, don't we? So our value starts at 0. If it's between those things, we keep adding up the value. Otherwise, so we don't need this. What we need is log index. Program sub, oh, it's here. Now dynamic array, I don't know very well. Do I just do an append or a add, or what's the word for it? Hey, JTL, doing good, doing good. How are you doing? I hear you've been very, very busy building your garage. Last week or two have been pretty crazy, sounds like. Not getting a lot of dynamic array examples in this file here. There we go. Dynamic append. Append is the word I'm looking for. Append the address of the program, our value, and our value resets to 0. We can also plus prog index. And we should see a bit of a break today, though, with weather as nice as it has been. I'll probably should be outside. Yeah, it's been so warm. It's not a very cold winter around here. So format dot. So what I'm hearing is instead of print line, I should do print f, and then I get formatting. So we're gonna try that. Modulus d entries equal to modulus d entries. So I should have count and prog index. I should be able to do a bare return because we declared our dynamic integer array and our length. Although we probably have length of a dynamic array, right? That's just a thing we get for free. It's not count, it's called len. We should call it count though. I think len is let's see what we get. Good afternoon, Dravest. Doing good, doing good. We're playing around with some Odin today. We'll probably go back and visit Zig for another day's worth, and then we'll move on to Nim. That's kind of the plan this week. We'll hit those 3 languages. Although New Year's Day, I think I'm gonna take off New Year's Day. I'll probably stream New Year's Eve a bit though. No reason to not. What about you guys? Big New Year's plans? Okay. We don't even need to scan for count. We're doing a dynamic array. What we really have then is prog index. Okay, so we're gonna try this. We're gonna do a read program. I have to not type semicolons. The opposite of my usual problem. Input small o1.text. And we're gonna capture that in prog. For entry in prog. Not like that. Format.print f. No semicolons me. And I think I get index. So this probably needs a new line then. As does this one. program. We're just kind of playing around here, seeing what we can do that's fairly intuitive or not. I think it's len of our program. All right, here we go. Odin run dot. There's no way it works because I don't know Odin well enough. I'm just guessing things. Expected a parentheses. It got a colon. Oh, that's a type, right? Read program proc. That's what I meant. Expected a statement got plus plus. So I don't have pre-increment, huh? What about post increment? Nope. All right. It ostensibly, okay, count. Okay. So for this program, it was the example program. So there's our first operation, second operation, 99, and then we got one extra, and there's 13. Couple of formatting issues. Oops. Bracket, there we go. My prog index. Huh? Oh, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. It read 1 extra. So that's not going to help us at all. If anything, let me think about this. We're going through character by character in data. 1, 9, 10, 3. Yeah, so this looks correct, except we're reading in 1 extra entry, which is a 0, which means what? Do we have like an end of string character that I'm getting? We could invert this logic. We could say if this is a comma, then we do this, otherwise we do that. I still want to keep this. Print line, why this folly? Char, comma, C. Oh, maybe there's a new line character at the end. When I save my files, I think it automatically does that. So that's why it's getting a 0. We should still check it, right? Yeah, so we're getting our new line characters. So this should just run the way we expect. Okay, that's perfect. Let's go ahead and run. Let's go ahead and load up 2. Oh. 1000. Yep. So that looks like I remember. 3. 2303. I'm pretty sure that's right. 230399. Oh, we're not getting the 99 at the end. Oh, I see why. I know what's going on. At the end of the loop, show that prog index. Okay, let's try that. There we go. 5 entries. Okay, so I think we can read any old program now, and that'll work fine. So I won't be able to watch the stream tomorrow due to the time difference. Going to a party at a hotel? Nice, nice. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll still be on, what, Thursday, Friday? So no worries. Sorry, I forgot. Was this yerba mate a name for something? No, it's the name of the drink. It basically means, yerba means herb in Spanish, and then mate is the type of plant it's from. So they grind up some bush and pour hot water over it. Usually you do it with a cookie from like Argentina called an alfajor, which is like a not very sweet cookie, but it's got dulce de leche in between. Sometimes I dip them in chocolate. That's pretty good. Right now I'm having birthday cake, though. I have a daughter who just had her birthday on the 26th, so trying to get rid of the last of the birthday cake. Yeah, yerba mate. Very popular in Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, parts of Brazil. All right, so we're going to do some tests. We're going to do a test program, which is a procedure which takes a dynamic array of integers, prog, and yields a Boolean. It probably also needs the file name. Actually, that's probably all it needs. We probably need an execute program, which is a procedure which takes a pointer to a dynamic array and yields nothing. We can take an error, that's fine. Okay, so it's not a name of the drink, just what's in it. No, yeah. So in particular, mine is. Let's see if I can find just a moment. What I like to drink is here we go. Oh, come on. This stuff. So, CBC is the name of the brand. Yerba mate is what the drink is. And then con hierbas serranas means with mountain herbs in it. So it's like peppermint and some other things. It makes it nice, nice minty kind of drink. Execute program. Prog counter. Your program counter equals 0. We get our opcode equals prog at prog counter. If opcode equals 99, this is a halt. Let's see, I think I can just do 4, right? Our opcode is 99. Break. Else if opcode equals 1. Format dot print line. We might as well do that here as well, right? Alt. Way I write it in lowercase when it should be uppercase. No, I don't know. I write it both ways. I'm probably wrong one way. This is an add opcode. Yeah, I'm not always consistent with that. I should be more consistent somewhere. Multiply. And then prog counter plus equals 4. If prog counter greater than, oh, we also need the else here, else. Format document F unrecognized opcode opcode break. Program counter is greater than the length of our program. That is also an error with a break, with a, well, I guess we need our result, huh? I like declaring the name of the result. I think that's a great move. Result equals false. Only if we get a normal halt do we say result equals true. If we break, or here, so we don't need to do any special flow here. That's fine. Out of bounds modulus d greater than some other thing, which is our prog counter, which is greater than the length of the program. I think that's it. Return, and we're done. So we should be able to test. So we do this. So we read our program. We execute our program. And we do need the address of it because it's a pointer. Oh my gosh, I don't want full screen. How do I exit full screen? On a whole other topic, did you notice that Twitch put some icons above the viewer window instead of under it for a while? Nope. Above the viewer window. I did not. Is that normal? I didn't see that. I don't really watch much Twitch. Emacs exit full screen. Not sure what keyword I got. Let's see. Which is, I think, this one. Copy. Oh, that's all right. Copy. There we go. Okay, so testing a program. the address of our program is executed, then we want to check a location and a value are equivalent. Result equals false equals program at our location equals the value. Return result. Okay, hopefully this works. Defer delete prog. We don't even really care about memory leaks at this point, right? We'll think about it if it becomes a problem. Okay, so we're going to test program, and we want to test it against input small o1.text. And at index 0, we expect, based on our prompt, 3500. And I'm not going to bother. I'll just have it reload and rerun it. It's fine. 3 and 70. We'll see what happens. Oh, undeclared name opcode. Okay, 22. It's not a compile time known cost. Oh, okay, fine. Cannot take pointer of address, which is a procedure parameter. Oh, really? That's true. I got it. It's already a pointer. There we go. Read 12 entries. We had an add, we had a multiply, we had a halt. Then when we test our program, format.printf I think Boolean is a thing in this language, so I think I can go file name and result. If I remember right, I saw that somewhere yesterday. Nope. All right, Odin print. They switched them back now because it looked like crap. I think a lot of people complained. Yeah, I mean, if you have something that's working, mostly I think you shouldn't touch it, especially with user experience, right? If it works, people know where to find the buttons, they know where to find the outputs. Don't screw with it. But I mean, you got to justify the salaries of those very, very expensive web developers all the time, I guess. So somebody's like, maybe it'll be better if we change everything. Then I just get mad. Like when I pop open Gmail now, I pretty much have to turn on text for buttons because everything keeps moving and the icons change. I'm not surprised if people complain. That makes sense to me. Let's see here. Odin print Boolean. The value in a default format. Actually, That doesn't sound that bad. Oh, B is base 2. Where's the true false one? There's got to be one for true false. T, modulus T. That may be what I want. Let's try that. But since it didn't break, we'll go ahead and run both portions. Oh, it failed. Hmm. Program counter. There's a 02D add. Program counter. Oh, come back. Oh, and these aren't going to change because I'm not actually doing the thing. That's my problem. Aha, yes, exactly. But I hope that those web devs get a pay cut for their stupid design decision. Exactly. Exactly. I agree with you. Okay, so all we really have to do then is get the left, which equals program counter plus 1. Left, right equals program counter plus 2. And the output index will be prog counter plus 3. Left plus right equals output. Actually, we don't even need that, do we? Well, we kind of, yeah. Let's just simplify it. Let's not complicate. We could even simplify more, but we're not going to. It's fine. This is a multiply. Okay. False, false. Okay, we need more information then. To make sure I'm getting values at the right locations and to the right locations. Zero 2D, 0D, add memory at some location plus memory at some location being stored into memory at some location. So just put all kind of stuff up here. We should do a print program. Print program. Which doesn't need to return anything. And it looks an awful lot like what we were doing here. So we're going to test program print program. Given our program. Okay. Okay. I'm going to print a lot of stuff. So we're going to print out prog counter plus 1, which will be L. Prog counter plus 2, which is R. Our destination, which is prog counter plus 3, and then the actual result. See what happens. Prog. I need to pass the address of Prague, which is online. Okay, we got this issue in 2 places where I've got my types. There we go. 61. This one is manifest. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so here's our program. It's 12 entries long. 1, 9, 10, 3, 2, 3, 11. So we're going to add oh, that's the off code. Okay, I think we're off on our printing a little bit. Execution, execute. Okay, execution. Memory and address. So 1 should give me 9. Okay, so we get the value 1, which contains the value 9. Wait. This should be 30. This should be 9. This should be 30. 2. Oh, I'm looking at this wrong. Okay. L prog at L, which means it's prog at right. Destination equals plus 3. So the program at destination equals 0. So left index value, right index value. destination index, which should be O. Output. Okay. At 9, which is 30, plus 7 is 40, which puts into 370. Okay. Then we have 2 multiplies. I don't think that sounds right. Output equals 2 left, right. Destination output, program at the destination gets the output. This is a multiply. Keep all this consistent. Okay. There we go. There's the 3500 into 0, and we return true. Perfect. $370. Okay, I don't think we need to print the program now. I think we're getting there. I really don't think we need these prints anymore. Except for errors. Now when we run it, perfect. Okay. Code. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Good day to y'all. What weird language is this? This is Odin. It's Odin. Yes. Oh, actually, I probably should go ahead and throw a link or two down. Here's let's see, what's a good place to start? Actually, you know what? Let me do this. Let me go. No, that's not the one I want. This one, overview. Here you go. A little light reading for you. So the short story, as I understand it, and I don't really follow all the gossip and whatnot, but basically Jonathan Blow 7 or 8 years ago gave a talk about, hey, here's all the things I wish a language would do and some things we could do now, but we don't, and it wouldn't cost you much in performance and blah, blah, blah. And he started writing his own called Jai, and in parallel with writing himself a game, but he won't release it until it's ready. Meanwhile, some other people took the ideas he wrote and just threw them into a language, which is what we get with Odin. A lot of the ideas from 7 years ago that Jonathan Blow put out there are just mostly here in Odin. So we are trying to learn it. A little bit of Odin. We have requested access to the Jai beta, but I haven't heard anything back yet, so who knows. Some interesting features in Odin. We're definitely going to steal some of them in our own programming language eventually, but A little bit more light on the syntax. You don't need the semicolons. So on and so forth. Okay, so we're gonna write some more test programs real quick, because we have more things to test. Let's go to our prompt. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here's some other ones. Becomes, so the value of the 0th index should be 2. If I'm reading this right. So 0 should be 2. Test input 3 is this one. And it says that the 0, 1, 2, third entry should be 6. Third entry should be 6. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, we're just working through old 2019 Advent of Code puzzles as part of our learning. Program 4 says that we should have 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th index should be 9801. 5, 9, 8, 0, 1. Let's see what the other program does. 5. Oh dear. So 0th becomes 30. Do we know why? Do we care why? I'm a fan of Blue, honestly. You know, he has some correct statements for sure. I would not say such things in the way he does, but honestly, he's right enough that I'm not like offended by it or anything. I admire some honesty, even if you're wrong or if I disagree with you. I'd rather have you be honest. So I wouldn't say it the way he says it, but he's often right. It's hard to argue with some of his statements. Okay, so we're going to try these tests. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, looks like we got the expected outputs on all 5 of our programs. So we just need to load up then the actual program. With these small inputs, we're going to bring the program of our actual input. I don't want to print the program. I would like to know how long it is. That would be great. Then I want to execute the program. And I need to stop putting semicolons everywhere. Semicolons are not needed in theory. And what am I looking for? Is doing the advent of code a good way to pick up a new language? He's also a unit of a programmer. Yeah. Yep, exactly. If you've got skills, I'm not going to argue with you. But people who think they have the skills and are crusty or salty or abrasive, like, that's just like, okay, well, you're not good enough to justify your attitude. But I do think Jonathan Blow is good enough to justify his attitude. And frankly, it's not that bad, mostly. A little grumpy's fine. Doing an advent of code a good way to pick up a new language because the problems get pretty difficult pretty quickly. Yeah, I mean, 99% of it is read in a file and work the problem. So yeah, it's an okay way to learn a language to get started. Obviously, they're all small programs. Yeah, well, Casey Muratori definitely knows what he's talking about. Like, his knowledge of the architecture and what happens underneath the hood is great. I really should buy his computer enhance his computer enhance course, because I understand some things up to a point, but like he's like, and here's the next layer behind that. It's like, oh gosh, I didn't know about that nonsense. And he understands it. Like, he's actually read the documents and done the work. Yeah, it looks like a great course. I also know I'm not going to have time to really sit and absorb it very well just yet. But it's on my list of things to do. Okay, so I'm gonna Okay, so in the prompt, once you have a working computer, the first step is to restore the gravity assist program to the 1202 program alarm state. Before running the program, you have to replace position 1 with 12 and position 2 with 2. Then look at what's at position 0 after halt. Okay. I've never had a program that wouldn't run because the CPU was overworked, lol, unless it bugged. I also think these optimizations of programs only give you real experience once it's do or die with the optimizations. Yes and no. So my brother-in-law had a program which would run. And over a certain size of sample, it would take, 10-ish minutes to run. And I ported it all over to C++ and put an nice UI on top of it and everything. And I got to where I could run a 2 kilometer. So I guess that's a, what was it, 20 times bigger sample set in under 4 seconds. So, the optimizations, when you have to pay attention, can make a huge difference, and it's fun. Like, that's actually the fun part of programming, I think, is finding those little things that cause such big speed ups. But yeah, most of the time people are playing with toy programs or professionally where they don't really care or understand what your computer performance is even capable of. So 1 is 12, 2 is 2. Okay. Program at 1 equals 12. No semicolon. Stop semicolon. Program at 2 equals 2. We're going to execute it, and then we're going to format .print f output program at 0. So this should be our solution. Odin run dot prog of dynamic 2. Oh, I need the address. There we go. 137 entries. We submit that on our thingamajig. Where's the thingamajig? Browser. Click. There we are. Go to our puzzle of the day. Put it in there. Boom, that's the right answer. We get a gold star. Nice job, us. Part 2. We're going to steal all this and put it in our prompt text. Which we will read shortly. Cool. So we're fixing basically the Apollo 11 error 1202 failure. Let's see. In a sufficiently big program to even find bottlenecks. If your code does only 2 things, there's not much throttle. Yeah. I just downloaded a MATLAB extension. Took 5 minutes for 40 megabytes. I'm enraged. Yeah, that's ridiculous. So much waste. Yeah, so the program I was talking about, I actually did some back of the napkin mathematics, and because of my optimizations, I saved billions and billions of floating point operations. It was a very matrix math heavy piece of electromagnetic computation. So definitely a CPU bottleneck. The only time I ever did optimizations was in a text editor I wrote, just to compare possible solutions for the text buffer. Yeah, MATLAB's load time, it wasn't good years ago. I can't imagine it's gotten any better. Okay, part 2. So we've whipped together a new computer, a new IntCodeComputer. Seems to work correctly. Keep it nearby during this mission. You'll probably use it again. Oh dear. Real IntCode computers support many features than your new one, but we'll let you know what they are as you need them. Oh, interesting. Should I, because it's giving me this big hint, it's like this is going to show up over and over again. Do I add an IntCodeComputer module thing to my program? Might be easier. Your current priority should be to complete your gravity assist around the moon. For this mission to succeed, you should settle on some terminology for the parts you've already built. IntCode programs are given as a list of integers. These values are used as the initial state for the computer's memory. When you run an encoded program, make sure to start by initializing memory to the program's values. A position in memory is called an address. The first value in memory is at address 0, yeah. Opcodes 1, 2, or 99 mark the beginning of an instruction. The value is used immediately after an opcode. If any, are called the instruction's parameters, yes. In the instruction 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 is the opcode, 2, 3, and 4 are the parameters. The instruction 99 contains only an opcode and no parameters. All right, we're clear so far. The address of the current instruction is called the instruction pointer. It starts at 0. After an instruction finishes, the instruction pointer increases by the number of values in the instruction until you add more instructions to the computer. This is always 4. For the add and multiply instructions, the halt instruction would increase the instruction pointer by 1, but it halts the program instead. Yeah. With terminology ready to proceed, complete the gravity assist. You need to determine that what pair of inputs produces the output of that. Okay, the inputs should still be provided to the program by replacing values at addresses 1 and 2, just like before. In this program, the value placed in address 1 is called the noun, and the value placed in address 2 is called the verb. Each of the 2 input values will be between 0 and 99 inclusive. Okay, so we can do this by brute force if we want to. Once the program is halted, its output is available at address 0, just like before. Each time you try a pair of inputs, make sure you first reset the computer's memory to the values of the program. In other words, don't reuse memory from a previous attempt. Correct. First, the input, noun, and verb that cause the program to produce the output. This is the same number. Okay. What is 100 times noun plus verb? Part of me kind of wants to go build, well, to separate the IntCodeComputer out to simplify my life. How do I feel about that? In fact, I'm also waiting 20-30 seconds for MATLAB to load. Yeah, so it's on things like that that Jonathan Blow and Casey Muratori are absolutely correct on. Why is modern software so bad? Absolutely just terribly atrocious, nightmarish. It sounds to me like you have a strong case of one of the 3 attributes of a good programmer. Okay. $100 times noun plus verb. I mean, it's this plus 20, right? Is it that hard? Oh, and then appended. All right, see, I got it. Okay, so let's go whip up a computer. So main Odin for day 2. IntCodeComputer.Odin. And the important thing here, test program, read program. These functions will come into here. Now, They are going to rename things on me a little bit. Prog counter with instruction, what do they call it? Just so I'm using the same terminology, they are instruction pointer. Two, we want to copy that array every time we execute a program. So we're not ever modifying. Oh, is that true? Right, dynamic arrays, question. Lazy, impatient? Yep. I would say the impatient one in this case, but I mean, I'm not going to say if you're lazy or not, or have too much hubris. Yes, impatience, which I think a lot of people don't understand how important frustration can be. Like, if you're becoming impatient, it's because you know it shouldn't be this way. That's how you make progress, right? Um, let me give you an example. A lot of people will teach their children as infants some sign language so that the kid can get through. I need a drink of water. I'm tired. A couple of simple statements, and the child can communicate with the gross motor skills of their hands before they learn the fine motor skills of manipulating the mouth, right? What they find is that ends up delaying the time that before the kid can learn to speak because they have a way to communicate poorly. What happens is kids learn to communicate better when they're frustrated. They learn to walk when they want to carry something from point A to point B and they can't crawl with it anymore. They learn to talk when the simple ideas that they're point and grunt, when their ideas that they want to communicate are more complicated than what they can communicate. Until you're frustrated, you're not going to change anything. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying impatience is a bad thing. Just and modern software, frankly, absolutely runs my impatience up through the roof. And my blood pressure. Hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. Patience is great for certain things, not for everything. Exactly. And for software, we should have almost no patience. For software development time, that needs patience. Sometimes, though, again, sometimes people are just wasting time when they could get a lot more work done. So I don't know. I don't know. Patience for people while they learn. That's acceptable. Patience for a final professional product sold for thousands of dollars taking so long to load. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Let's see. Program. I need a way to reset programs. So what I think I need, actually, is a structure. And now I need to go learn how to do this. Odin structure. Let's see. Find the old googly Google here of the right window. Good heavens, here it is. Odin structure. Structures. To declare a structure. something equals construct. Okay. So this is a program is a structure. I'm not sure this is the best example code to work on. Let's see here. Our structure is going to contain. We are not. This will have a dynamic array of integers called the program. Instruction pointer, which will be an int. Well, these do need commas. All right. And then the, what's it called? I guess running memory, running memory. Memory, I guess. Maybe something like that. So we're going to change the way things work a little bit. We'll output a program. Pointer to a program. Pointer to a program. Program.memory of our program.instruction pointer. So this strategy is not going to work anymore. Instruction pointer. We've already got an okay setup here. Prog.inst pointer. Okay. Oh, didn't take it right. Okay, instruction pointer with prog.inst pointer. Okay. Test program. Execute program. Read program. You can do this a couple different ways, but you know, look at a couple of them. Program.prog, program.mem, and it doesn't really matter. Okay. Another thing we need to do is reset program. The procedure program prog.inst pointer equals 0. For int in O. Zero to length of prog.prog. Prog.mem in index equals prog.prog at index. And when we execute, we always reset program prog. I think that's most of what we need. So main import int code computer Oh, nope, 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 nope. Okay, this is not quite going to work. Therefore, this cannot reset the program. Reset program prog. Exec program. I'm going to print within 0. Okay. First test program. Read the program, execute the program. Oh no, we have to reset. Is that it? Maybe we should run the test programs first again real quick, just to see what we get. Oh, expected a package declaration. Expected at least one polymorphic parameter. Maybe we don't need anything there. Expected main got IntCodeComputer. Okay, so we need to be in main. That's fine. Path does not exist. IntCodeComputer. Okay, well, unknown library collection. Fine. Expected directory for a package. Got a file. Oh, yeah. Dot dot less than dot dot less than. I forgot about that. Okay, we're down to one error, and it's because I don't know how to import a package from the local directory. Okay. Import. No. Odin, how to import package. Import. Not as helpful as I would have hoped. Import. These are all core. There's nothing I particularly want private. Import core. Import foo. Okay, how do I import? Import. IntCodeComputer.Odin. Do I not have to import anything? Oh, what? What? All right, Odin, come on. What's the secret sauce here? Believable. Okay. Path does not exist. I find the right Google, right? Odin, import path does not exist. Oh, for Pete's sake. Getting started. Blah, blah, blah. examples. Laying examples. So I go to something. Nope. Just trying to find an example where somebody might have. Hmm. Do we not have anything more complex than single file? Oh wait, load JSON. Hmm. Core. Okay, so maybe it's something about core colon. That what I have to do? That does not exist. Ah. Okay. Odin, how to import file in same directory. Import dot? Is that a thing? Hmm. Let me think. Expected a directory for a package. Okay, well, it's in the right place. We do have other errors we need to work through. Undeclared name, IntCodeComputer. Really? It doesn't like any of those. Undeclared name format. I have imported format right here. All right, Odin. Hmm. 94, 95. C, 4C in data. That was working in the main file. Why is that not working now? What are the chances? Well, okay, some of this I know what to do with. Others I'm not sure. Okay, prog.mem is another thing we have to do a lot of. Okay, delete. Cannot iterate over data of type invalid type. On 88. Oh. Okay, that's much better. Much better. All right, undeclared name, etc., etc. Length is not supported for length of program. Agreed. IntCodeComputer 6263. Address of that. The address of prog.prog. All right, we're down to undeclared names. Eventually, we'll know the right way to do this. Okay, so tests pass. I don't know if I like some of this. IntCodeComputer. Structure, and I want verbose to be a Boolean. I do want memory and the instruction pointer here, which means the program is really just that. Is that how I want to run this? Do I want memory to be managed by the computer or by the program? Reset program doesn't really need to be a thing. Program, let's see here. Odin, maybe we can alias things. Odin type alias. I think I can just do that, right? I think I can just say a program is this. Just trying to find the way I want to do this thing. This needs to be a pointer. Oops. ICC memory. ICC instruction pointer. ICC mem. ICC dot instruction pointer. I need to remember, let's see here, there's got to be a dynamic array resize or something, right? Where was dynamic array? I thought I had a tab open already. Dynamic arrays, assign at. There's got to be a way to size it, right? Slice and sort, making and deleting slices. Clearing. I can just clear, resize, reserve, and resize. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. The address of our memory to the length of our program. Or index in 0 to length of prog. Yeah. ICC.mem at index equals the length of prog equals prog at index. Okay, I think that's most of it. Okay, ICC mem, prog.mem, ICC mem. Test program. Let's come back to that one. Actually, no. We need an ICC. IntCodeComputer. ICC in the program. Don't need prog index anymore. Slurp, any values, test program. Trying to find a structure that won't bite me in the next couple days of puzzles. Okay. So I need an ICC. IntCodeComputer. Execute program. Test program. Print and read. Okay. If ICC dot verbose. Only I could remember. The muscle memory is not set in yet, that's for sure. Printf. If ICC dot verbose. Those are not verbose issues. Verbose should be default off, if I remember right. So that's fine. Try it again. Okay, no, it doesn't like me. Expected a comma, got a new line. These are one of the times when it does want one, so verbose. Okay, we broke a bunch of stuff, but I don't think it's too bad. Hope not. There is no reset program. Prog.prog. Trying to change the way I slice and dice things a little bit. Okay, prog.inst pointer is not a thing anymore. In fact, prog.anything is probably wrong in ICC. Yep. Keep slicing and dicing. Can I convert 0 to string test program. That's fair. IntCodeComputer. Come on. There we go. Now we're passing again. Therefore, we should be able to read the program. Get an ICC. Yep. Take that out. We don't need to reset program. We're going to set our program and then execute like that. And make sure we still pass day 1. Prog.min for some reason. There we go. I don't remember if that's what we had before, but okay. Okay, I think I've got my computer and the program separated in a way that will make it easier for me on the future puzzles. I think. Double check. Oh, we need to find the noun verb now. Okay. This is part 1 specifically. Now we're going to start on part 2. We're going to say for noun in 0 to 100. Let's see what's in my prompt. Come on, stop. Said something about 99. Between 0 and 99 inclusive. So 0 to 100 for the verb in 0 through 99. We're going to say prog sub1 equals noun. Verb. We could probably save ourselves a lot of time by reverse engineering what this program is doing, but we don't really care that much, I think. Then we say execute program on ICC and given the program. And then we look at ICC.mem at 0. If ICC.mem is 0 equals this number we're looking for, then format.printf noun verb equals that number. And I should be able to label this outer, inner, noun verb ICC mem 0 I should be able to break out of the outer. What are the odds? Okay, noun 25, verb 5. So the submission is 2505. I think. Come over here, share the browser. If I read the instructions right, 2505, submit. That's the right answer. Okay, now we have a computer and some simple code manipulations available to us. Perfect. Awesome. Return to the event calendar. We're good with day 2. Day 3. Not that these are hard puzzles yet, but this is building up, and hopefully we get some more instructions. Wire paths? Uh-oh. All right, let's go put this into a new prompt. Dun, dun, dun. All right. O3 main.odin. Create it. We're going to do our prompt. Sure, whatever. This may not have to do with our computer. Maybe we spent a lot of time wiring up our computer when it wasn't necessary. Hard to know. Manhattan distances. Okay. Okay, so the gravity assist was successful. You're well on your way to the Venus refueling station. During the rush back on Earth, the fuel management system wasn't completely installed. So that's next on your priority list. Hilarious. Okay. I'm going to switch over to some spice drops or homemade candies, but I can save the homemade candies. So many choices. Christmas is the worst. Like for the whole month, like no exercise, eating all the junk food. It's gonna take me like 2 months to undo the damage I'm doing this month. But it's worth it. Opening the front panel reveals a jumble of wires. Specifically, the 2 wires are connected to a central port and extend outward on a grid. You trace the path each wire takes as it leaves the central port. 1 wire per line of text. The wires twist and turn, but the 2 wires occasionally cross paths. To fix the circuit, you need to find the intersection point closest to the central port. Because the wires are on a grid, use Manhattan distance for this measurement. While the wires do technically cross right at a central port where they both start, this point does not count. Nor does a wire count as crossing with itself. For example, if the first wire's path is RU U5 L5D3 starting at the central port O, it goes right 8, up 5, left 5, and down 3. Okay, that makes sense. I'm done with that. And if the second wire's path is something, it goes up and down, and left, okay. These wires cross at 2 locations marked X, but the lower left one is closer to the central port. Oh dear. Okay, so we're looking at some permutations work here too. Okay. So this does not use our new IntCodeComputer. That's too bad. I want to do more of that. That's right. We'll work through this one. Maybe the next puzzle has some ICC stuff. We'll get our text input. Wow. So there are 2 wires. These are big numbers. Okay, okay. So I have choices how I want to do this. And this is not a big enough puzzle that I have to worry too much about the n squared factor here. I think. Okay, we get this straight out of our prompt. This is a short little wire. Second wire's path looks like this. Some more examples. So this one has a expected distance of 6. From the central port, right? Squares bucket. Mark 2 locations. Lower left one is closer to the central port. Central port to the closest intersection. Okay. Whew. So let's get some other inputs here. Input small 1. Small 2. Input small 3. There we go. All right, so the program needs 2. Let's go to our main. Odin main, AOC 3. All right, let's get some out of the previous one. Odin AOC 2. Package main. Color format. We don't need an ICC today. Oops. We need a better way to read it. That's here. Main Odin AOC1. We read a file in line by line. Right here. So that's what we're going to do here. Four line, and we have to assume there are 2 lines. Not in any hurry, just playing around. Hang out Odin. A couple of odd things already, I think. I'm not a big fan of the import from main. Not sure how I feel about that. But I'm sure it's a usage thing. Like the more I use it, I'll be like, oh, here's how I introduce things from this package to that package. This import dot. Not sure I'm a big fan of it. Okay, so for each line, we need to read parse path, a procedure which takes in line as a string, and it needs to output, I think that's the right symbol, another dynamic array of no, not integers, of vec2. Does Odin supply me a vec2 or a tuple, something? Odin, vec2 int tuple. Odin. Odin. Odin lane tuple. Expand to tuple. No comments on that. Let's see here. Tuple. Okay, not helpful. Multiple return values. I absolutely like it. Odin Lang. Dynamic array of pairs. As a slice of struct. What? Initial capacity of 5. Okay, so it's just a pair. Okay, all right. So I guess I have to do type pair struct. All right, a pair is a struct of x and y. Parse path for the line. We want path, which is a dynamic array of pairs. Path 1, path 2. Dynamic array of pairs. Result. Does that make sense? In date 2. No, let's go to IntCodeComputer. So, when do we read the program? Basically this. For each C in our line. and to result this value, which is not right. A pair of x and y. X is -1. Yes, that's it. If comma. If x is less than 0, and x. Well, that's not really how this works anyways. 0. Y is 0. All right. We kind of don't need the comma. We do need the comma. We need a direction. If. Else if up equals character, we're doing one thing. Up, down, left, right, right? This is not updating correctly because of those. If we get 0 through 9, we update our value. If we get a comma, we then have a direction and an amount because we have the value. We're gonna do that. So if direction equals 0, I need to stop using parentheses there. Else if d equals 1, 2, 3. If d is 0, that's up. So y plus equals value. Y minus equals value. X. 2 is left, so I'm going to say it's a minus equals value. Y plus equals value. Append the result as a pair. The value goes back to 0. D can be back to 0. I don't know if it really matters. And lastly, we basically do this whole thing again. Here. So we get path 1, path 2. Can I just do a print of the paths? Path 1 less than or equal to 0. Parse path. Maybe we just pass these in. Okay. The length of path 2 must equal 0. Else, this should not happen. Format. Dot. Print line. Why this folly? Should not be here. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So we get our 2 paths. Can we, just out of curiosity, print our paths in a trivial manner? Path 1. Even if it's not beautiful, as long as it's understandable, I don't really care to expand on this. Should we just see what happens? That did not work. Okay, we have issues. Line. I'm gonna say this doesn't work that way. The pointer is going to be called path. Therefore, the result okay. All right. Cannot take the pointer address of path, which is already, yeah, okay. That makes sense. We changed the way we do things a little bit. It's already a pointer. Okay, we're getting there. Undeclared name line. Strings. Oh, I know what's going on. Or at least partly. Basically, we need these still. That'll fix some of our issues. Cannot assign a type to variable. Just there, we don't have to assign it. There we go. So this is that first input, and this is definitely not, oh, path 2. This should be straight out of the prompt. So we should have like a left or right 8 as the first thing on the prompt example. For example, oops. Right 8, then up 5. So our y is going to go up 5, then left 5. So that's 3, yep, and then we should go down 3. I agree. Then this one. Up 7, right 6. So up 7, right 6. Looks like it's down 4. And then left 4. Yep, looks good. All right. So we're reading in paths, which we should... We should make that a little bit more generic. So we're going to do this. Read paths. A procedure which takes a file name as a string. Then it takes 2 paths. Path 1. Path 2. It doesn't need to return anything. It basically does this. Okay, are we missing anything here? Let's test it out real quick. Okay, it's telling me I have an address to this list of this dynamic array of pairs. Okay, I'm okay with this. Now, in theory, these run into each other somewhere. So here's intersections. So I need to find intersections. That's kind of part number 2. And it doesn't count at 0, 0 where we start. Okay. Procedure, given 2 paths, intersections, which will also be a pointer to dynamic pair. Okay, find intersections. Very interesting. For every line segment, Let me think about this. Previous pair and the current pair is a line segment. Which is a structure of P0 1 point, which is a pair, and P1, which is a pair, if first equals false, otherwise do something else. Previous equals current. Segment of previous to current. Otherwise, basically all of that stuff here, except instead of a 1, we have a 2. At this point, we now have 2 segments. So we're taking a segment in 1 and comparing it to every segment in 2, then advancing, trying every segment in 1 and 2. And we're going to say, put another intersect. A procedure which takes pointer to a segment, needs to output a pair point pair Boolean intersected as a Boolean. Intersected equals false. Okay, so we do point state equals intersect seg1 seg2 if state, except they did intersect, then intersections gets the point. Okay. It should be 2, right? Okay, so one question. What do you think? In theory, we should get these two coordinates, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. So, should I assume? I can assume multiple things. For example, I very much doubt that he's built in an overlapping line segment where they're both heading the same direction. I'll bet he engineered it so that they don't overlap like this. I'm betting they all cross orthogonally. I'm also betting he doesn't do corner touching, but when you go up and over, and this one comes down and over the other way, maybe. We'll try it with those assumptions. This is a vertical segment 1. We're just going to, good heavens, sorry. This is a horizontal segment 1. Segment 2 is vertical segment 2. Okay, so if they're both vertical, we ain't happy. Otherwise, we are happy. So we literally have to say this. And this other one, we just check the opposite. If segment 2, if they y, y. So your vertical interacts with the horizontal, and you okay, there we go. Now oh no, not Odin again. Oh, come on. What's wrong with Odin? And I keep fat fingering some keyboard shortcut somewhere with this new keyboard. There we go. No, I think Odin is interesting. We'll probably go back and revisit Zig again in a day or two, and then we'll try out Nim. I still haven't heard back on my Jai beta access request, so we may not get around to Jai just yet. We'll see if we get access. We're just doing some old Advent of code from 2019. How's it going, AK? I noticed your graph editing stuff is starting to look pretty good. Pretty good. Sorry. Oh, reading small business requirements are terrible. I don't know. I'm trying to like there are definitely things I would like to steal from Odin for my own language. There are things I want to steal from Zig, but they're like different things. Like the things I like about Zig aren't in Odin and vice versa. So we'll just have to play with them enough to figure out what we want to do. I don't think either one matches the way I think about programming enough. Although a person, I think Odin is a better match to my style than Zig. Again, it might just be time of exposure that I need to increase on Zig to get it. Good busy day today. Only a short stream due to do one tomorrow afternoon again. Cool, cool. Yeah, New Year's Eve. Oh, New Year's Eve themed graphics tomorrow. Nice, nice. Good old Onyx. So you're actually really close to doing your demo game in your own engine, right? That's where it gets cool. That's when the rubber hits the road and you know where you start to learn where you didn't think things through. Although you have 15 years experience on both the gameplay experience and the game engine side, so I doubt you missed much, but there's always something. It's kind of the nature of large software projects. So if our line segment 1 is vertical, then the Y or the horizontal segment 2, E0.Y, it has to be between segment 1 dot X. Oh, interesting. Less than. And segment 2 dot E naught dot Y has to be less than segment 1 dot P 1 dot X. So in other, oh, these are Y. So segment 2, if it's horizontal, its Y value, because it's horizontal, the Y doesn't change, has to be between the Y's of the segment 1 Y's. But these segment 1 Y's can also be going down. Like this. We could also check for maximum, minimum. I don't know. That's the plan. Yeah, awesome. Well, you always assume stuff, then you just miss. Yep. Like with my 2D Bomberman clone I did in May when the engine was worse. No editor. I did realize I did not have matrices for 2D or 3D. Yeah, you're so used to having it, you're like, oh, it's already done. And then you get there, you're like, wait a minute. Just as it's done in my day job doesn't mean it's done on my private project. Yeah, yeah. That's awkward. Still, pretty cool. You're good progress. Good progress. Do I check for low and high values? That's probably easier. Y low equals seg1 y less than segment1 dot y question mark. And we take seg1 p1 dot y. Otherwise, seg p0 seg1 p1 dot y. We're going to cheat here. We're going to say take segment1 plus segment1 dot 0 dot y minus y low. That way we don't have any more branching. Let me just check against y low and y high. We also need the same for x, but the other way around. We're going to get x low is segment 2, segment 2, segment 2, segment 2. No, there's ideas in Odin I like. There's ideas in Zig I like. I just have to find the right match. X high X, segment 2, segment 2, X low. Segment 1.p0.x. Okay. X low. So segment 2 is the horizontal. So we see which is the lesser. I think I already have things backwards in my head. If 0 is less than 1, take 0, otherwise take 1. Add the two y's together. We're just going to put consistency here. Minus the lower, that should be our high value. Be consistent 1. If 0 is less than 1, we take 0, otherwise we take 1. The high value is the sum of the 2 minus the low. Segment 1. Okay, so if this is the case, and I like the lining up of that, so x low less than x, and x less than x high. I think that's our case. Then we intersect. So we say point dot x equals x, point dot y equals y, intersected equals true. I think that's how that's got to work. And if we intersect the other way, it's literally just the opposite. So instead of seg 1, it's 2. Segment 2 is now the vertical. Oops. Should pay attention. Segment 1, segment 1, segment 2, segment 1, segment 1. There, and now segment 2 with segment 1. I think that's it. Nope, not quite. I expected a colon. Oh, that makes sense. Syntax error. It's a declaration. No, undeclared name state. I think I can multiple assign, right? Undeclared name x low x high. Oh, I see it. I really should put the colons in. Gotta do the same thing here. This new keyboard. There are times when I like it, and there are times when I like it. The muscle memory just isn't caught up with it yet. Oh, we're getting closer. Print Lin is definitely wrong. Apparently I've done this multiple times. Line 27. Oh, I thought I fixed that. Oh, here it is. Segment 2. $35.53. And 53. 2 errors. True used as a type when not first. I see. There we go. Intersections. Pair 3, 3. Well, I don't think that agrees with our prompt. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. So there's an intersection at 3, 3. I agree. But we did not detect this one. The 2 locations, lower left one is closer. 3 plus 3 is 6. Okay. So we did not find this one, which is at 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Be at 6, 5. We didn't find that one. 2D. Next, Am I missing anything obvious here? In this case, segment 1 was horizontal, segment 2 was vertical. In this one, this was vertical. Segment 1 was vertical, and that was vertical. So segment 1 vertical, segment 2. So I think this one worked. format.print line intersection bound vertical horizontal. Segment 1 was vertical, segment 2 is horizontal, and vice versa. I just want to see that what I'm thinking of is true. So vertical, horizontal. Segment 1 was vertical. So somewhere down here we've got a mistake. All right, if segment 2, we take the lower, we take the higher, and segment 2 is the vertical one. Oops, there we go. That's one problem. I think that's the other problem. Okay, we take the lower x, find the high x, and then choose the midpoint. I think that'll help a little bit. There we go. Now we've got our two pairs at 6 and 5. Good. Perfect. We've done it. Knew there would be a simple fix there. Okay, so we find our intersections, then we just find the closest intersection. Min distance is a procedure which takes something like this and returns an int. For entry in intersections, min distance equals actually intersections sub 0 dot x plus intersection sub 0 dot y. Entry. If distance is less than our current minimum distance, and our minimum distance equals our distance, and then we return our minimum distance, which in this case should be 6, even though we're not printing it. Find intersections. Format. Dot print. Min distance intersection. So that should work there. That's not right. There we go, 6. All right, if we try any of these other ones, so we should maybe write a quick test procedure. Test min intersect. We want file name string. We want an expected int. if d not equal to expected, file name actually d equals expected. All right, let's test all of them. Test min intersection. First small input. We expect 6. 2, I think there was 3 examples first run through. Let's check our prompt. Here's some more. Okay, 135. Okay, I have some issues. A little confused by that. File name string. I think I typed that right. Test min intersect. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Colon proc. That'll help. Printf without a new line. Make it hard to read. True, false, false. Well, shoot. Means we still have a problem. If d not equal to expected, we have to do some more printing here. Hey, Suki, how's it going? How's it going? Expected something, got something else, which is bad, bad, bad. Expected. Let's see how far off we are. Boom. That's better. Expected. Oh, we got 6 again. Oh, because I'm a doofus. File name. There we go. We're almost there. Okay, we're being tripped up by test case 2. Oh, great. I'm doing good. You doing good. Me and a Finnish dude decided to create our own studio for game dev. Nice. Good luck. Also Finnish. That's an interesting language all on its own. I'm gonna pause briefly for a quick restroom break. Been drinking a lot of water. All right, just a minute. Okay, awesome. So, Suki, what is the name of your game studio? Name is the hardest part. Zurich Studio. Does that mean something in Finnish? It doesn't look French to me. Okay, that makes sense. Suki and Eric, nice little portmanteau. Cool. So, what's your first game? Is it the one you've been showing screenshots of, or is it something else? Okay. What's this one? And is Eric or Arik, is he an artist or a programmer or have experience building games, or is this literally just new for both of you? Oh, you won't be as much participating in that game. He's a programmer. Okay. All right. Still building up. That's good. You got to start somewhere. Well, congratulations. That's exciting. Okay. Using an old C++ engine you've made, uses OpenGL. Okay. So you're going to be answering all his questions about your engine and updating the engine as he needs them, probably. My suspicion is something like that. That did not fix it. Input small 2. I like all my test cases to pass before I run the actual input against it. Sample code uses every feature of the engine. Cool. input small number 2. Maybe we compare this to our prompt, where we stole it from. You basically said this. Oh. Oh no, this is 2. So this thing. I don't think I have a copy paste error there. It looks right. And this thing, which looks like I do not have a copy paste error there either. Well, shoot. So I guess, what intersections do I think I have? Oh. It does expect 159, right? That's a valid thing I was looking at. It says it is. What's the best way to test this? Read the paths. Print the intersections. Run it. All right. Oh, because there's a negative. There's a negative. Minimum distance. If dx is less than 0, dx equals negative dx, dy equals entry dot y, dy is less than 0, minus dy, distance dx plus dy. Now that negative sign goes away, and we've got what we wanted? No. 146 to 159. Minus 12. 158 plus 12. Oops. Precisely because of that. Equals. If min distance is less than 0, or there we go. Okay, I think now we're going to be happy enough with this. Pass, pass, pass. Then we can go into our main, read the paths, find the intersections, and print out our final solution. Phew, okay. But in my game, there's a lot of progress. Good. Yeah, you were doing some good little map things. Oh, 6 inputs. There we go. The big one. There we go. 1519. Let's go see. That's the solution. Let's go pop into our browser. Go here. 1519. Submit. That's the right answer. We get a gold star. Coming back. Part 2. Uh-oh. Now I got to get all that. Uh-oh. That looks a little bit more complicated. Let's go back to our prompt. Part 2. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. It turns out this circuit is very time sensitive. You actually need to minimize the signal delay. To do this, calculate the number of steps each wire takes to reach each intersection. Choose the intersection where the sum of both wires' steps is lowest. If a wire visits a position on the grid multiple times, use the steps value from the first time it visits that position when calculating the total value of a specific intersection. The value of steps a wire takes is the total number of grid squares the wire has entered to get to that location, including the intersection being considered. The intersection close to the central port is reached after 8 plus 5 plus 5 plus 2. And the other one was 7, 6, 4, 3, which is 20 steps. So the total is 40 steps to this intersection. However, the top right intersection is better because it takes fewer steps. Uh-oh. So instead of Manhattan distance, we have to compute wire length to the intersection. And it's the sum of both of them. Interesting, interesting. Oh, let's see. Added a pixelated effect, some sound effects, and a small noise to the map, and a loading screen. Nice. Good progress. Okay, parts of this I understand. Parts of this I understand. Or I can think my way through reasonably quickly. So we're finding the minimum distance. We actually want to do something different. We want to find minimum length. I'm gonna record it and show it. Cool. Yeah, dump it into the thing, the Discord. Always happy to take a look at progress, especially when I'm like, oh darn it. Each segment guess can have a run length. And a segment length. Those are automatically 0 initialized, so that's fine. So whenever we find an intersection, trying to think of basically the best place to insert this piece. It might not be good here at all. Manhattan distance. All right, let's put this here. X is point dot x, point dot y, return the distance. Wherever we got that from for entry, distance equals Manhattan distance of that entry. So that shouldn't break anything. Hum. Specific intersection. Hmm. We were just using a pair. But an intersection happens at a pair. And it can also have a run length. I think. If the intersection, there's the point, there's the state, we append an intersection at point and some distance. I'm just trying to think through a couple of things here. Segment returns an int. So our lines only come in positive or negative, so whichever the delta x and the delta y is, you can add them and it should be fine. The only real difference is, do we subtract p0 from p1 or p1 from p0? And all we do is flip it if it's negative, and that should be our segment length. Return result. So while we're going through these intersections, find intersections. We have our run length 1. We have a run length 2. Run length 1 plus equals we're going to call it already, I forgot, segment length. Of seg1 2 plus the running length of segment 2 This will be run len1 plus run len2. And that's not quite the full answer because we need to know how far along that intersection to go to the intersection itself. So we will only consume part of the current segment's length. Which we can actually find. Easy enough. By creating a new segment and finding its length. Where this is the complicated piece. Segment from segment to the intersection point segment length of this segment. The distance from segment 2 point P0 to that point. Plus the completed segments that we've run. So odds are, let's see here, let's do this. Let's just run this one. Let's comment that all out. Test minimum intersection. We're going to print out the intersections. And just see what we get. I think we've thought it through. We've got some issues though. Oh. I guess that makes sense. You know what? Let's just change it. Let's just rely on it to copy that. Run len1. Run len2. Okay. Append. The intersection given the point. Intersection point and an integer run length. I don't see a problem with that. No return values expected. 52. Yep. Dynamic intersections. 58. We're going to just do that. Okay, getting closer to dynamic pair. So find intersections. Okay, so intersections. We have a point 6.5 with a running length of 15 and 25. So those are not correct. Because this one should have a running length of like 30. This would have a running length of, what were they? in the prompt 20 and 40. We got 15 and 25. Well, I thought we were close. Find the fewest combining steps. Lawyer's mistake. Okay. 15, 25 instead of 20 and 40. Let's see here. For more technical talk, I've added a simple batch rendering system. Nice, batch rendering made performance 500% better. Yep. Because instead of rendering 200 sprites at once, it renders only one. Yep. Much reduces the wow, my mind just like completely blanked. Probably going into a sugar coma here. Reduces the bus data switching time, like the number of draw calls reduced. Yep. Also, there's a commit in the repo. Cool. Just saying the game is not affiliated with Zurich Studio, but my own indie studio called Stupid Interactive. Continuing the dumb brand names I gave after Stupid Serif. Nice. Genius idea. You can take a look in the repo if you want. Cool. Let's see your repo. I've got it here somewhere. Oh my gosh, so many tabs. That's Vanilli's. Suki. Okay, I've got calcium. Let me go up to this one. And which one is this? Great War? Okay. So I'm in the Great War repo right now. Okay. Resources, game JSON, window JSON. Some example JSONs, world map GUI. Example of a map. 255 is opaque. Editor snap 3 pixels. Archives. Those are your images, which you just put in 14 minutes ago. Perfect. Added noise. Oh, yep, there's your pixelation. Nice, nice. And oh, you have an MP4. I guess I gotta download that. For some reason, GitHub won't just show it. So let's see here. Putting that on the old desktop. Okay. Stupid Interactive. Nice, nice. You got the, was that the fleur-de-lis? Some sound effects. Zoom drag, a little bit of drifting, like you're maintaining velocity. Or is it keyboard scroll? Cool. I know, I just downloaded and watched the video. Awesome. Got some simple sound effects. So is it scrolling on the mouse? Okay. Okay. Movement is keyboard. Okay. Pretty cool. Making some good progress. Hmm. What am I doing wrong? My run length for circuit 1 starts at 0. When we get our first segment, we eventually consume it and say our running length is added by this much. Um, Run length 2 starts at 0, then for every segment we get, we eventually consume its full run length. If we hit an intersection, we add the 2 run lengths of the wires, plus the distance from the first segment to the point of intersection, the second segment to the point of intersection. Oh, no, that should be fine. That should be fine. All right, lads. Lads and lasses, what have I done wrong? I'm not computing my run length correctly. So, it is to find the shortest path in wire length. Oh, wait, segment length plus 1? Okay, so if my segment let's say that y is flat, so this ends up being 0. Let's say we're running horizontally, so x1 to x2. So if this is, say, 4 and 2, the distance between them would be 3, because it has to go through all 3 points, right? We have to include the endpoints. I fat fingered it. 136. That's 19. Which is still not right. We expect that one to be because of prompt 20 and 40. Slightly confused. Eight plus five plus 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus 2. 1, 2. So what's our run length then? And of course, we forgot that step, which is very important. Zero. So that's wrong, and then that's 6, and that's 12, although that might be a print error, because we are kind of done that way. Good old copy paste errors. 2, so 7, 12, 17, 6, 12, 16. So this prompt. Eight plus 5. Plus 5 plus 2. I think it's something obvious. I'm just not seeing it. Probably streamer brain. I blame it on streamer brain. Let's see. So, so from what I'm looking at, Roman 1 goes to 6. This was for input small 1. 8. Why is it? If I go from 0 plus 8. Surely. Oh. Okay, we're making a terrible error as far as run lengths go. This is our bad. Okay, now pair starting at 0, 0. Both wires all start at the central point. We don't have first 2. Segment length probably does not need this plus 1 now. We don't actually need to initialize these because they automatically initialize to 0. So that's fine. Let's put that all in the right place. Okay, now we're getting an intersection at 0, 0, which we can ignore. This has a length of 30, and that has a length of 40. Was that the expected value? Prompt. "20 steps. First wire, 20 steps by the second wire. This one takes full of 30. Okay, so now we got the right run lengths. And we just need to ignore the intersection of 0, 0. We'll figure this out eventually. First one equals true. First two equals true. First two equals false. First one equals false. Okay, first one and first two continue. Well, let's not do that. If state and point.x equals 0 and point.y equals 0. We don't need to print the run lengths anymore. Removing dead code. Okay, now we've got a run length of 30 and our run length of 40. Good, perfect, done. Which means we can actually expect that value when we test. So we expect 30 expected Manhattan distance, expected run length, also an integer. M distance and run distance. MD equals, oops, expected Manhattan distance, and run distance equals expected run length. Success equals this mass if not success. Expected wire run length something, got something else, expected run length and run distance. Min length -1 if min length less than 0 or entry dot, I already forgot what it's called, dot run length. Min length equals entry dot run length. Okay, global version allow for multi-valued expressions. Okay, closer success. Okay, true. We got this true for that one. Where we print our intersections doesn't matter anymore. Let's run these tests real quick. This one and this one we expect from the prompt 610 and 410. True, true, true. Good to go. Therefore, min distance, min run length equals minimum run. What? Oh, declare. There we go. No new lines. We should put some new lines in there. There we go. All right, let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Can I get the right thing? Show the browser. Submit our answer. Boom. Hey, we got it. Sweet. We've got 3 days done. Not too bad. Not too bad. Do we have time for one more? We probably have time for one more, right? Day 4. may have spent too long building that int code computer. I haven't seen it show up again. Maybe it'll show up later. I hope it does. I like those kinds of problems. So I guess they want some variety and some early stage stuff that people can solve without too much trouble. That's not what I intended. There we go. Good old sticky note security. All right. You arrive at the Venus Fuel Depot, only discover it's protected by a password. The elves have written the password on a sticky note, but someone threw it out. They do remember a few key facts about the password. 6-digit number. It's in the range of our input here. 2 adjacent digits are the same. Okay. Going from left to right, the digits never decrease. They only increase or stay the same. Other than the range rule, the following are true. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 meets these criteria. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0 does not. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 does not, because there's no double. Oh, how many different passwords within the range given in your puzzle input meet these criteria? We could just count them up. There's only 600,000, 500. There's only about 500,000 of these. Right? Strictly increasing, has a pair, and within the range. I don't think this is all that bad. Maybe. Oh, let's see here. I guess what we should do. Shoot. Where's my mouse? Lost my mouse. It's happened again. Let's see. Where's my mouse? Mouse. Mousey, mouse, mouse. There it is. There we go. All right, we're back in. So here's our prompt. We need to find a 6-digit number. In a range. Which has a pair of digits. And the digits are in reverse order. We can do this a couple ways. We can cast it to a string and do string manipulations, or we can get the integers out and work off those. Low, high is valid. It's a procedure which takes a value, returns a Boolean. If value we're just going to cheat and say result equals true for now. And we're just going to test real quick a couple here. Format dot print f. And what we want is, oops, our value and whether it succeeded or not. Our examples are this. All right, so let's see how we're doing on this puzzle. Undeclared name value. Very cute of me to do. Boom. False, true, false. Well, that's definitely not right. Prompt for 4. Double 11 never. Oh, other than the range rule. I see. So we don't actually have to check this. True, true, true. No, oh, yeah. So, step 1. We're going to look for, we're going to assume true. Then we're going to look for duplicates. Let's see here. So, we can do, you know what? Digit 1 equals our value divided by 10,000, right? If we divide by 10, 100,000, 10,000, so 100,000 is our first digit, digit 2, divided by this. Modulus 10, 3, 4, 5. And digit 6 is just value minus 10. Okay. And we ask ourselves if d1 equals d2, let's see here, has double equals d1 equals d2, or d2 equals d3, or d3 equals d4, or d4 equals d5, or d5 equals d6, has increase. d1 less than or equal to d2, return. Has double and has the increase. So other than the range check, true, nope. Oh, this one right here. That should make that false. All right, format dot print line d1, d2, d3, d4, d5, d6 value true. I agree. This one 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0. That should violate the less than rule. d5 must be less than or equal to d6, but d5 is 5 and d6 is 0. This one is false because it has no duplicates. How is this one being true? Oh, and. These ones are ands. Must all be true. There we go. True, false, false. Perfect. Therefore, we need to count. True. False. False. Count equals 0. For value in low dot dot equal high if is valid value, then count plus equals 1. Format dot print modulus d possible passwords in range, which is count. Boom. 1694. That's a lot of passwords to try. Let's go submit that. So show the browser. Put it in. Submit. The answer is right. Part 2. All right. Let's go get that put into our prompt. Okay. And I've just remembered one more important detail. The two adjacent matching digits are not part of a larger group of matching digits. Okay. So we need an is true 1 and an is true 2. Given the additional criteria, but still ignoring the range rule, the following are now true. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 meets it. This one doesn't match because 4 is part of a 3 of a kind. And this one, oh. Okay, this is actually a little bit trickier. Not finding 3 of a kind, or finding a 3 of a kind and a 2 of a kind. That can be tricky. It's not that bad, actually. I think we just muscle through it. Go for is valid 1. Is valid 2. Two. Okay, so back to the prompt. They're saying this meets the criteria. This does not. This one does. Because we're checking against is valid 2. Part 1, part 2. We're going to comment that out. We don't need that right now. We want to test this thing. So, it's going to get more complicated, but we're just going to muscle through it. We're going to brute force the heck out of it. And D2 not equal to D3. Or D3 and D1 not equal to D2, and D3 not equal to D4. That's basically the pattern now. And D3 not equal to D2. And D4 not equal to D5. And D4 not equal to D3. And D5 not equal to D6. And D5 not equal to D4. That's it. Let's run those tests. Is valid 2. Line 30. What did I do on line 30? Prop value int bool. We accidentally upcased the whole region. Oh my gosh. Okay. which we can kind of fix without too much trouble. XL, I just have to upcase that thing. We accidentally marked a lot of things as upcase. Oh, good heavens. We fat fingered all kinds of stuff here. 44. There we go. True, false, true. We expected those values, therefore we can press on with this thing. If is valid to our value, count 2 plus equals 1. What? Load high. Oh, these are upcase. There we go. Hey, we save ourselves almost 500 guesses. All right, over to submission. Dunk. And paste. Submit. Hey, we finished day 4. Nice. Where are we at? Almost 5 o'clock? Your existing IntCodeComputer. Nice. We're back to that. Oh my goodness. This gets way more complicated. I don't know if we're going to have time for this today. Time to go, Dravest. You have a happy new year as well. We'll see you on the flip side. Have a fun party. Cheerio. All right. Oh, 5. Prompt. Need more in opcodes. That's a good sign. I always like little virtual machine-like puzzles. Okay, we're starting to sweat as the ship makes its way towards Mercury. The elves suggest you get the air conditioner working by upgrading your ship computer to support the thermal environment supervision terminal test. Nice. The TEST starts by running a diagnostic program, my puzzle input. The test diagnostic program will run over your existing IntCodeComputer after a few modifications. Very good. First, you need to add 2 new instructions. Opcode 3 takes a single integer as input and saves it to the position given by its only parameter. For example, instruction 350 would take an input value and store it at address 50. Okay, so this is our input and our output. We'll come up with documentation that explains what should be connected to the input and output. 3.0 outputs whatever it gets as input and then halts. Yeah, so it says address 3, get the user input, write it out at 0. And then address 4 prints out whatever's in 0 and then halts. Okay. Each parameter of an instruction is handled based on its parameter mode. Right now, your ship computer already understands parameter mode 0, position mode, which causes the parameter to be interpreted as a position. If the parameter is 50, its value is the value stored at address 50 in memory. Until now, all parameters have been in position mode. Yes. Now your ship computer will also need to handle parameters in mode 1, immediate mode, See, you're building your own virtual machine. This is cool. I mean, I've already done it before, but it's fun that he's putting it into a puzzle. An immediate mode parameter is interpreted as a value. If the parameter is 50, its value is simply 50, not the memory at position 50. Yep. Parameter modes are stored in the same value as the instructions opcode. The opcode is a 2-digit number based only on the ones and tens digit of the value. What? That is, the opcode is the rightmost 2 digits of the first value in an instruction. Parameter modes are single digits, one per parameter. Read right to left from the opcode. The first parameter's mode is in the hundreds. The second parameter's is in the thousands. The third parameter is in the 10,000s, and so on. Any missing modes are 0. So for example, consider the program 1002, 43433. The first instruction, 1044, 1002 is a multiply instruction because it's the number 02. Indicate the opcode. Multiplication, going from left to right to left, the parameter modes are 0 for the hundreds digit and 1 in the thousands digit, and 0 for the 10,000s. Not interesting, therefore 0. So A, B, C, D, E. Duly 0, that's fine. Multiplies its first two parameters. The first parameter for in position mode works like it did before. Okay. Stored at value address 33. The second parameter 3 is blah, blah, blah. The result of the operation equals 99 is written according to the third parameter. 4 in position mode, which also works like it did before. So 99 is written to address 4 before you get there. Oh, they're very cute. Parameters that an instruction writes to will never be in immediate mode. Parameters that an instruction writes to will never be in immediate mode. Finally, some notes. Important to remember that the instruction pointer should increase by the number of values in the instruction after the instruction finishes. Because the instruction, this amount is no longer always 4, yada yada. Integers can be negative. Is a valid program. Test diagnostic program will start by requesting from the user the ID of the system to test by running an input instruction. The ID for the ship's air conditioner unit. We'll then perform a series of diagnostic tests confirming the various parts of the IntCodeComputer like parameter modes function correctly. For each test, it will run an output instruction indicating how far the result of the test was from the expected value, where 0 means the test was successful. Non-zero output means that a function is not working correctly. Check the instructions that were run before the output instruction to see which one failed. Finally, the program will output a diagnostic code and immediately halt. This final output isn't an error. An output followed immediately by the halt means the program finished. If all outputs were 0 except the diagnostic code, the diagnostic program ran successfully. After providing 1 to the only input instruction and passing all the tests, what diagnostic code does the program produce? Okay. Woo. Okay, so this is actually a good amount of complication into our thing. Jolly good. This is fun. Fun. Let's see. So we need some different opcode handlings here. Oh, we've got that over the top. Okay. Gotta find my mouse. It's been stolen by OBS again. Going blind here. Nope, I can't. Let's see, there's gotta be. What? Come on, OBS. There it is. Okay, now I got my mouse back. Okay, so there's our inputs. We need to add some opcodes, and even worse, we need to do some work here. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our shell. We're going to copy AOC2 IntCodeComputer to here. Okay, that's not what I wanted at all. Doggone it. CMD. Gotta run this stuff here. Okay, and then we need a main. I want to look at the main from here. We basically need this stuff. Oh, 05 main.Odin. Okay, so we're going to have some test programs. So that's going to be very similar. We're going to have, that interface will change. Okay, let's see, I think time for a brief restroom break. We'll go update our virtual machine here shortly. Be right back. Okay. Now, we need some of these inputs. So input small o1.text prompt for day 5. La la la, we need, where's the example here? So this is a good one to run. Second, add support for the other stuff. For example, that thing, input small o2.text. So this does a multiply o2 should change this thing basically 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Multiply what's in 4 by what's in 3 and stored in 4. Yeah, that's puts 99 there. After which it should hit it. Prompt. Okay, got it. Finally, is there any other example programs I can steal? No. So this first one should output whatever I input. So that's kind of interesting. Okay. So first of all, we need opcodes 3 and 4. I thought we copied that. Okay. We're going to do some things. We're going to say op_alt equals 99. Op_add was 1. Op_mult is 2. We are going to need op input is 3, and op output will be 4, if I read the instructions right. We also have to know mode, immediate, and position, right? So you're going to need mode position and mode immediate, right? Those are things we will have to do. When we read our program, that's not a big deal. Execute the program. This is what matters. Okay. Operation equals this thing. Our op code is going to be equal to operation op modulus 100 param1 mode will equal operation divided by 100 modulus 10 param2 mode, by 1000, param3 mode, 10,000. So let's get a little helper function. We're going to call it get param ICC of type pointer to an IntCodeComputer. We need to know the value. We need to know what's here. Param num, which is an integer. We need to know param mode. Which can also be an integer. Instruction pointer plus equals 1. Then, for every param we get, oh, okay. Okay, we don't need to know what param num. We really don't. We just have to know the param mode. Yes. Okay, ready, here we go. So this becomes L is ICC.getParam. I have to know param1 mode, LR param2 mode, D param3 mode. Oh, we're gonna yeah, this is interesting. I don't really have a good way to output this stuff. I suppose what we do then we just say add, I guess. For now. That's not the keyboard shortcut I was looking for. Okay, so when we get a param, we go to icc.mem at instruction pointer. Eventually we have to do icc.mem instruction pointer plus equals 1 down here. And that is a value if param mode equals mode position, then value equals icc.mem at the value. So if we're in immediate mode, then we can return. We don't have to return anything, do we? Oh, we do. We have to return we return an integer. Already declared it. We just need to set it here. Okay, so we get those params. L plus R. This one doesn't happen anymore. This doesn't happen anymore. LR and D, I think. Times int add alt. We're just trying to clean up a little bit here, some of these things. So that should run that second program. I think. Alt, op add, op molt. So input small O2 on day 5. So this should give me, I think, what I need. You go to main Odin on day 5. You want to test that this test 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The value at 4 is 99. 2. I actually want this be a little different here. 2, 4, 99. These things I do want to run again, just to make sure I haven't broken anything, because we go up to AOC 2019 02. Basically, I want to run the same test with our new machine and make sure they're working. Odin, run the current stuff. IntCodeComputer. line 66. Okay, fixed some ICC. Oh, we can't do ICC.get param. Okay, we've broken some things, but not everything. I was hoping for less breakages, but it is kind of what it is. Okay. Execute size of 12. This is wrong, but it's 30 plus 40. Oh, that multiply is not logged right. Okay. Let's go fix the logging. That should be easy. Times. Hop address equals ICC.inst pointer. Take a better look here. Out of bounds. Expected a comma. One 21. Oh, here. Kind of compare expression match types of int and invalid type. What? Len prog is not a type. Oh. ICC.inst pointer. There we go. Okay, so execute 12. Address 0, we add that. 4, 8. 30 plus 40, blah, blah, blah. 70 times 50. False. Let's look at that. Input small o1 dot text update 2. Add multiply 311 into 0. So where's it getting that from? One plus one into everything seems to be running into 1 or 3. What's I think something's wrong here. Hmm. Yeah, I suspect or 5. 1, 2, 3. RAM 3 mode. Oh, because these are destinations. We're going to say it's mode immediate. Mode immediate. Output mode. Output has to be written to a particular place. There we go. True, 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 true. Input small text 2 is true, even though it's not doing anything. Oh, it did. It did. Multiplied 33, halted. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so that's working. Okay. So there we go. We've got our computer updated. We need to get input. So we need to find out how Odin get user input. All right. Output commands. Oh, this Ruby. No, screw Ruby. What the heck? Odin Lang. Sheesh. apparently this is it. So we're going to, what's if opcode equals op-in input. Then our buffer of some number of bytes, get the number of bytes OS, so we need an OS, which we've got. We also need a destination to shove it into. Get param d. We need to parse this number to a number. Not equal to 0. We're going to ignore the error for now. Oh, num bytes. Okay. 0 for index in 0 to num bytes. And we've done this in other places. Main dot Odin. I think we did it on day 1. Value equals 0. C equals buff sub index. Keep pumping up the value. Done. We have a value, so we go icc.mem at d equals the value. And we hope that works. Anything else we need to do here? Printf if verbose. Input some number stored into some location, op address, value. I want the actual user input. Buff value stored into address D. And I also want the output thing. Pop out. Get param. This is not immediate mode. This would be param 1 mode. And format.printf modulus d which is the value that we read out. What else? I guess we do this. Output. Which is not that hard. We don't have a buff. We literally just have v. I think that's enough for us to run the other command, the other test case, which is in our prompt for day 5. For this one, 304099 output. Whatever it gets as input then halts. Okay. And we already ran this one and it succeeded. So this should be the input put into 0 and then output 4. So it's the 0th object should get whatever I have input in. MC5. Input 1, and in address 0, I would like 42 format.print line. For this test, please input 42. All right, that's not correct. Undeclared value. Several undeclared names. Okay. IntCodeComputer 05. 1.5. Let's see. Value undeclared on 122. C was undeclared. Value is now declared. Value is declared. Okay, so the rest of this should just run. Boom. Execute 5. All right, so we've got 42. That's awkward. Output 42, true. I guess we print out a slice, right? Is that how we do this? Input. We buffer slice up to num bytes. $42. It keeps the carriage return line feed in there. Okay, input 42. 4. Oh, geez. So it was -1 that we wanted. In 42, there's the output. Okay, so if we turn verbose off, all these should just run. This test please input 42. Perfect. Okay, our machine is good. Now what we need is input.text. Go grab that. Oop. Get our puzzle input. And we hope we did everything right. to program read program. Execute the program. Agreed, and then prompt for 05. After providing 1 to the only input instruction and passing all the tests, which should be 0, what diagnostic code does the program produce? That's the last thing. Okay. Diagnostic code. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's see. Is that what it actually said to do? 05. We'll output a diagnostic code and halt. Let's see what happens. Input 1, which is the oh. So these are wrong. These should all be zeros, I think. But we're out of time. So we may debug this some other time. But the point is, we're using Odin, we're doing some string things, we're doing file things, we're able to work through puzzles with it. It hasn't felt terribly onerous. String to int, it probably exists, I just don't know where or what to search for. Things like that. I would like maybe I need to do more looking into string split and that sort of thing for these puzzles. See if there are better ways to do it. Okay, well our diagnostic code is, or not our diagnostic code. We want so this is not actually the thing. So we have issues. Providing 1 to the only input instruction and passing all the tests, right? We'll then perform a series of diagnostic tests. Various parts of the IntCodeComputer, like parameter modes, function correctly. For each test, it will run an output instruction indicating how far the result of the test was from the expected value, where 0 means the test was successful. Non-zero means a function is not working correctly. Check the instructions that run before the output instruction to see which one failed. Okay. Part. What? Oh, print. We should do this. 05. Print program. We did pass all of our tests. Doesn't actually help much. Let's see here. For index in 0 to length of our program. We basically get. Oh, no. For kind of need this. We don't have an ITC, so it's just prog at index. We don't need that. That's not true. Equals index. We can even do this backwards. Auth address. Opcode, param modes. We kind of need this stuff. But we're going to be a lot simpler because we're just printing. Great. That's fine. That's broken. Alt break. Prog sub index. Param1 equals prog at index. X plus equals 1. P2. P3. So we get param3, param1, param2. And the trick here is it depends. So I guess what we do here, if param1 mode equals mode immediate, format.printf it's immediate, then we're just in v1. If it's not, then it's memory at that address plus okay, and we get param2 param2 Print for multiply is all very similar, except it's a multiply. This is a destination. We get param1. Pop address. Input stored into a memory address. Output immediate mode or temporary mode or memory position mode. Okay. Print program. Source test program. There we are. Print program, execute program. Let's just run this against some of the test programs. So main dot, oh, this one's 42. Undeclared name D. On line 78. $91 index. We need a new line at the end of every one of these instructions. There we go. So our program is whatever's in 9 plus whatever's in 10, shove it into 3. Whatever's in 3 multiplied by 11, shove it into 0. Okay, so these are more readable. I'm going to run it again. 0 plus 0 equals stuffed into 0. Okay, very cute. Whatever's in 3 times 0, so this is the 3, there's the 33, that's the 9. For this test, please input 42. Unrecognized opcode at 1. Don't think. Oh. Right. Okay. Okay, unrecognized error opcode fine. It hasn't been written out yet. So if we run test program, C5, program prog. Oh. Huh. Input, shove it into 225. What happened? Okay, then instruction 2. Unrecognized opcode at 6. Yeah, we're probably have to come back around to this. M255 plus M6, 6. But we can't read the opcode because it hasn't been set because we haven't actually executed step 2. So in other words, printing our program before running it is almost completely useless. All right, well, I've got to go. So we're going to pick up here tomorrow, try to beat this little task here. And then maybe we'll go on to return to Zig, or maybe we'll go do some NIM. Anyways, we'll see you tomorrow. You have a wonderful, wonderful day, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye.